Alrighty, welcome on back to Thursday Night CEDH. Looks like all of our players are completely done, and let's start up the predictions while I introduce everything as everyone picks it up. Welcome back to Natural 20 Games Thursday Night CEDH Tournament. It is round 1. We got Nasty Nate starting us off, but Rob starting with a Gemstone Caverns onto the field. Tommy the Clown, not the Hunter today, playing a Tali Primal Conqueror, and Neil the OG on his Ratadravic of Urborg. Nasty Nate's going to start us off with the normal Roger Timna play of fetching into Roger, into probably playing some free magic, mana ramp, Grim Monolith, Soul Ring, LED, and Roger on the field. Perfect start from Nasty Nate here. Gotten pretty far ahead in terms of turns. But welcome on back. I have predictions going, so put your predictions in chat to see who is going to be winning tonight. At least in round 1. Rob's going to be starting out with a Mishra's Foundry and the One Ring. Getting our draw engine in. Mishra's makes 3 colorless mana, but you can only use it to cast artifact spells. Very good. Neil the OG. Just with a Plains out, and that is it. Moving over to Nasty Nate's turn. Tommy the Clown putting out only a Mana Volt. Nasty Nate is now 6 turns ahead, already firing out with a whole bunch of mana. Needs a little bit more colors in order to start doing some of his things that he wants to do. Ad Naz, Peer into the Abyss, Bolus the Citadel, anything like that. Nasty Nate is a very aggressive player, as we know from our weeklies. Nasty Nate's just going to start with a Underworld Breach for his combo. Let's take a look closer into his seat here, as he has 2 colorless floating. Only has colorless left, really, except for that LED. Do we have any responses? It seems like it has resolved here. We're going to sack the LED and discard our hand for a bunch of red, I believe. Or, nope, black. And we are going to cast Beseech the Mirror, sacrificing probably the Grim Monolith here. We're going to bargain. Yep, there's the Grim Monolith. So we're going to go searching for a 4 CMC card to cast for free, but we're going to get Orum's Chanted by Neil the OG, silencing Nasty Nate. He's unable to cast spells, and bargaining, of course. Beseech the Mirror does cast the spell from exile. It is You May as well, but right now it's pretty much just a 4 mana tutor. because he's just going to be putting it into his hand rather than casting it. Right now they're going through, so what exactly his combo really kind of is right now and what he's kind of doing. Right now we're just searching through with our Beseech the Mirror, trying to see how we can pivot. Nice Snake can pivot after this stop from Neil. Player 4 Neil here is being the responsible player versus the 1 blue player of Rob ROB. Tommy the Hunter, or Tommy the Clown, sorry, reading up what's going on. Beseech the Mirror is, or that Underworld Breach is going to be put in the graveyard here after this. Yep, Breach goes to the yard. Rob's going to draw and move to turn. Swan Song went exiled off of Rob's field here, so that's one less counterspell that he's able to play with. 1000-Year Elixir. Things have pseudo haste. Activated abilities of creatures can be activated as though they have haste. Tarnished Citadel hits the field for pay 3 life, make 1 color. And we have now a pseudo hasty Jehoira, Ageless Innovator. Ageless Innovator here. Tap, add 2 Ingenuity counters onto Joyra, then put an artifact card with mana value X or less to the battlefield, where X is the number of Ingenuity counters. Tommy's just going to play a Sylvan Library and pass. No turn to Atali here. Unfortunately, Tommy just had this too bad of a slow hand into this pod, especially when up against Nice Nate. You have to outspeed him. Neil the OG just plays a Felwar Stone, makes all of his colors, thanks to Tarnished Citadel. Nice Nate heads to turn, and now he has a second try at winning the game. We're going to just cast a Wheel of Fortune. Never mind. He needs to re-up his hand. And get a whole bunch of cards. Draw essentially a fresh 7 after the Beseech the Mirror. So everyone discards their hand. Grab it up. See a Nazgul in Kneel the OG's graveyard. One of his combo pieces here. Fresh new hand. Try to see if we can put out a couple more stuff. A plateau. Hitting at least our land for turn. Fetching it with the wooded foothills. Play Mox Opal. It's not online quite yet. Requires one more artifact. Moving over to Rob's turn, or at least end step. Tap for 2 and draw. Static Prison. This is in response to Static Prison, actually. There we are. And Fierce Guardianship. We are going to counter it. Stop the removal of Joyra. Rob probably is going to be winning here on his next turn, given maybe he might have a combo. Rob's going to tap Joyra, putting 2 counters. All right, we put 2 counters on it, and Rob moves to turn. Five mana available at the moment. We're going to draw 3 first. We've drawn 6 cards from this one ring. Moving over the 3 colorless. Fetching first. Getting 6 mana to play with, 3 of which can only be used for artifacts. Rob's whole plan is to kind of use Joyra as a value engine of tapping and cheating out a whole bunch of artifacts, and then going for an artifact combo of some kind. Whether it be infinite untaps and retaps. With untapping and retapping it with 1,000-Year Elixir here. Being able to pay 1, tap it, untap Joyra, so putting 6 counters onto it. Cheating out a 6-drop could mean something like a... I'm trying to think of what's in that colors. Just getting a basic island. Counting up our mana. No one can really counter him, per se. Tommy and Nasty Nate could both potentially have some sort of counter magic if only they had mana. With Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast. But unfortunately, they can't really do anything right now. And Rob, this is pretty much Rob's only chance to pop off and start trying to win the game. Underworld Breach, there it is. As he's gonna try. We're gonna take a harder look. We got a Moonsilver Key in our yard here that we're gonna cast out. So he has one color artifact only. That's good, as we sacrifice it with Tarnished Citadel to go grab a artifact with a mana ability or a basic land. Probably grabbing up a 0-drop artifact here, or maybe Soul Ring. Could be also grabbing up. Could be a Phyrexian Altar. Could be an interesting one. Can grab up a Phyrexian Altar with a Moonsilver Key. Does have a mana ability. Trying to count up his mana to see exactly if he's able to pull this off. That one floating can be used to cast out something or some artifact I might want to look for. Springleaf Drum could be another one if you needed the colored mana specifically, but you could just get a 0-drop artifact. A Moxen of some kind. People are probably waiting for something like their deflecting SWAT from Nate, perhaps. Some type of interaction that way. Could also have a Force of Vigor from Tommy the Clown here. Trying to destroy a whole bunch of artifacts the way that the artifacts that make him win. Alright, we just grab a Mana Vault to cast it with that one floating. Turn that one floating into 3 colorless and be able to pop off with that. With Droider 1,000 Year. Ways. So, let us put it onto the field here. Float 3 mana. Put a Tezzeret Cruel Captain onto the field here. Cool little altered. It's going to be searching for another artifact with either 0 or 1 or 0 CMC here. Taking a look. Oh, we actually just untap the 1 ring instead, using its 0 ability to draw 4 cards from the 1 ring. Did he draw anything he can try to cheat out with Joyra? Oh, he might have. We're going to put 2 Ingenuity counters. We have a way of destroying, we have a way of interacting. We do not, as we put down an Apple of Eden. Apple of Eden's a 4-drop. Pay for life, sacrifice it, look at target opponent's hand, and exile those cards face down. You may play those cards this turn. And mana can be spent to cast them at all. Until end of turn, whenever you play a land or cast a spell this way, its owner draws a card at the beginning of the next end step. Return the exiled cards to their owner's hand. Activate only as a sorcery. So you get to sort of steal a person's hand and make them drawing cards. So yeah, it's going to be exiled here. When we are going to Fury, we're going to be killing some creatures here. Got to exile a red card from our hand to cast Fury, so let's see if there's a red card in Rob's hand. We do not have one in Rob's hand. Rob didn't see anything from Tommy, unfortunately. And Underworld Breach gets sacked just like Nasty Nate as he tried to push once again. We're going to discard down to hand size here. War of Invention, Mystical Tutor. Intuition. And it is now Tommy's turn. Do we get a turn 3 Atali with some backup? Try to take a look. See if we can hard flip into continual Atalis. Atali has a lot of burst potential. As soon as Atali hits the field, it's pretty much almost guaranteed that he wins the game. Non-determinate, as he's going to have a whole bunch of stuff to play with, given the 3 cards from his opponents and the 1 card from his. Most likely a way to copy Atali or its trigger. Command Tower is going to come onto the field. There is our mana for Atali. 7, there we are. From a Sibian Spirit Guide. And we shall cast Atali. When it enters the battlefield, each player exiles the top card, as they all do. Elvish Spirit Guide, Mystic. And until a non-land, let's take a look. Oh, all the lands Nasty Nate's hitting. And we get a Bolus's Citadel from Nasty Nate. There we are. Let's take a look at what we can cast here. So, Elvish Spirit Guide. We're just going to put out into the field. Might as well grab up a Mystic Remora. Thank you for the follow, Archangel. Bolus's Citadel comes to the field, and we also have a interesting, useless card that we don't need. It's a Splinter's Technique, just a Demonic Tutor. It looks like we're going to... Oh, we are going to cast it here. Perfect. Now, because Nasty Nate and Rob both gassed out here, tapped out for everything, nothing else left. Already used some free magic on Rob's field. He might have drawn into more, but I don't know if there's a way to stop this from happening. And I think he would have if he could have, with that Bolus's Citadel coming down. It's pretty much solidified Tommy into a win. We're just Demonic Tutoring here, trying to find something that'll be useful. A way to copy Atali's trigger, bounce him, blink him, anything possible. We play a Mox Diamond, pitching an Arid Mesa, getting our free magic in. We take a look. Counter target blue, instant spell here. It's unfortunate. That does not really work, as that will stop him. Grabbing up a Bloodchief Ascension, putting it on top of the deck, Neil. Just Enlightening Tutoring. We're going to Fury here. We're going to Fury, dealing 4 damage divided. We're going to kill Joyra and Roger, sacking it here. And we pass the turn with a Bolus's Citadel on the field. Sylvan Library to get through those lands. Absolutely disgusting. There is a Bloodchief's Ascension. Now people are going to be having to be wary of the life they use. Bloodchief's Ascension at the beginning of the end step. If an opponent lost 2 or more life this turn, put a quest counter. Then, if there are 3 more quest counters on it, every time a card goes into an opponent's graveyard, they lose 2 life and you gain 2 life. It is a maze, so you have to remember. Then we are going to Nazgul here. Nazgul, ETB, the ring tempts you. And then whenever the ring tempts you, put a counter on to each Wraith you control. A deck can have up to 9 cards named Nazgul. The ring here, of course, your ring bearer is legendary and can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Whenever the ring bearer attacks, if the ring has tempted you twice, draw a card. So on and so forth. The only thing that matters is that first one becomes legendary, as Rider cares about legends dying. Smothering Tides hits the field from Nasty Nate. Smothering Tithe, of course, whenever an opponent draws a card, they have to pay 2 mana, or Nasty Nate will make a treasure for each card they draw. Nasty Nate makes a treasure. Rob's going to then make even more treasures for Nate as he draws 5 cards. 6 treasures total. Nate hopefully has some sort of interaction. Silence effects, deflecting swats, or deflection in general in his hand to capitalize on this mana being produced. A Master Transmuter hits the field. Master Transmuter, 4 mana, 1/2 tap for a blue, and return an artifact you control to its owner's hand. You may put an artifact from your hand onto the battlefield. Way to cheat out artifacts. So we're going to activate it because of that 1,000-year elixir. Activate it as if it had haste, returning our tapped Mana Vault to hand. Shall we let it resolve? What are we going to put onto the field, Rob? We put a Chromatic Orrery. A Chromatic Orrery, 7-drop that adds 5 mana. You can spend mana as though it's any color, and 5 tap, draw a card for each color among permanents you control. So we're going to add 5 colorless. Might as well be rainbow mana. It might as well be all 5 colors. And we are going to return our artifact to hand here. Tommy does not have a way of countering this as it is a sorcery. Oh, never mind, he does. We're going to untap the Master Transmuter, retap it, return the Chromatic Orrery to hand, and put it back onto the field. In order to have it essentially become untapped, making it a pseudo ritual. Tap it for 5. You can then use Tezzeret's 0-drop ability in order to untap the Transmuter if need be. There we go, we have our 10 mana available. Cast out a Mana Vault. Tommy's going to trigger Mr. Kimura. It's good. We're going to take a draw. And a Coveted Jewel comes down as well. Coveted Jewel, 6-drop, add 3, enters, draw 3 cards. Rob's going to draw those 3. Joyride just comes back out after it died, but we're going to tap it to get a Marvin. Onto the field. It has all activated abilities of all creatures you control. Tap it. Put a free artifact out. And then we're going to dramatic reversal, untapping all of our non-land permanents. It's going to include all of our artifacts, creatures, the One Ring, specifically Master Transmuter, all of our untappers. Tony also has every card he draws essentially is a new card for both Citadel to see, and maybe a free counter magic to stop what is going on. We're going to draw up 6 cards. Nice Nate's going to make 6 more treasures. Tap for 5 more colorless. Put out a Teferi. Teferi is now going to win us the game. Teferi, Mage of Zhalfir. It's a 5 drop 3/4 with flash. Creatures cards you own that aren't on the battlefield have flash, and each opponent can cast spells only anytime they can cast a sorcery, so during their turn. Got an Arkham Dagson. We're going to start doing some Arkham Dagson stuff, sacrificing artifact creatures to get out non-creature artifacts for free. Everything now is an artifact. This is Encroaching Mycosynth. A 4-mana artifact, non-land permanents. You control artifacts, additions, other types. The same is true for permanent spells that you control and non-land permanent cards you own that aren't on the battlefield. So everything in his library, graveyard, hand, and on the field. All permanents are artifacts in addition to their other types. Alright. Adding up a bunch more mana, going up to 4 colorless here. Paying 1, untap it. Oh. Pay 1 to untap it with Dramatic or with the 1,000 Year. Daxon can now sacrifice his other creatures here on the field, whether it be himself or Master Transmuter, but we're going to activate Master Transmuter first, returning Chromatic Orrery and putting it back onto the field. Activating Arkham Daxon, sacrificing the Transmuter, and searching for a non-creature artifact. Getting something to continue this combo. Let's take a closer look over at our OB's board state. As it is chaotic. All these things on the field. Who knows? Likes to keep his graveyard quite everywhere. Got a Repurposing Bay. Repurposing Bay is a pod or a birthing pod for artifacts. You can sacrifice an artifact, search for an artifact with mana value equal to 1 plus the artifact's mana value. Pay 2 and tap it to do this. If he only has a sorcery. So we're going to drop a 4-drop here by sacrificing the 1,000-year elixir. It's done its job. As now we have infinite mana. We can pay 3 mana to untap an artifact. So with Chromatic Orrery, we can have it untap, netting 2 mana every time, making infinite mana. And we can untap everything. And everyone else's permanents also. Alright. Now he can draw through his deck with the One Ring. And we're going to Thoracle in order to win. Trigger on the stack. No one has anything. And that is ROB's absolute win in round 1 with a funny little convoluted artifact combo. This is pretty much the combo that a lot of artifacts, a lot of artifact decks uses, like that Arkham Daxon that we saw, or Ursa, or Momenon, or I don't even know. There's a whole bunch of artifact lists out there, you know that. But ROB won with his Joyra, Izzet, Artifacts, Ageless Innovator. Thank you guys so much. We'll be right back for round 2. Give us the rest of the pods here. Finishing up, we have 35 players today, so that means we are going to a top cut 10. 5 rounds tonight. What? We're going to be going into round 2 of our Swiss pods. We will be right back. Stay tuned. Alrighty, everyone, welcome on back to round dose of Thursday Night CEDH at Natural 20 Games. Welcome on back, everyone. Round 2. I'm your home commentator, Sean. With me, not right now, but as always, Jeremy, out taking pictures of our event here today. We got Michael S. on Tim Nadargo, Good Guy Joe on Jin Sakai, K on the Slayer on Rodrak Silas, Wide Hand, and Hero P on 6 Mono Green. Good luck to our players, and good luck to y'all. Now that you guys know who's playing, knows what's being played. You guys have 10 minutes to set your predictions into the prediction in order to see who's going to win this game. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. So, Michael's going to start us out with a Blood Crypt into a Ragavan and a Mox Opal. Ragavan is now going to be able to swing on out, make some treasures, and steal some cards. Good Guy Joe's going to fetch for a card here. Flooded Strand fetch. Playing Jin Sakai, all about combat damage triggers. Doubling them up. Getting some value from Jin Sakai himself, drawing cards on combat damage. We're going to grab a fish as well here, casting it out with our Tundra and passing over to Kahan on Rog Sai Turbo. Good old Grixis Shell. All about trying to cast Ad Naus or a win as fast as possible. We're going to get Gataxian Probe. Take a look. Take a look at Joe's hand here. And then gonna draw a card from Jin Gataxis. Gonna play a Flooded Strand. Never punished. As Kahan had a no-land hand, apparently. Absolutely psychotic here. Crazy man coming on in. We pass over to Hero on Mono Green 6 value here. We're going to get a Urza's Saga. On 1, passing it back over to Michael. Michael's now going to be able to swing on out with Ragavan pretty safely, except maybe at Kahan, who has his own Ragavan. Could be trading. Ragavan's here. Moving to combat. And we're going to swing over at Joe as we flip over a Fluster Storm off the top and make a treasure. Cracking the treasure for a Soul Warden. Warden Soul Trader. He said Soul Warden. Warden Soul Trader here is pay a life, sacrifice a creature, create a treasure token. All of our creatures now can sack 4 mana. Hopefully we are able to find our combo in our deck here in order to win the game. Sacking things infinitely. Maybe a Grave Crawler of some kind with a Pinger, the Gain Drain Outlet, Aristocrat piece. Joe's fetching here. Paying for his fish as well. Keeping it nice and out. And passing back over to Kaon, the Slayer. We untap, draw for turn. Got a Simeon Spirit Guide for that Ragavan. Move to combat. Try to see if we can rip something from the top as well as ramping. Got a Soul Ring. There's that rip. We gotta love that Soul Ring here. We're gonna cast the Soul Ring with our treasure, netting 2 mana. Trigger on JoJo's gonna draw here from that Mystic Remora. And we're gonna play our own Rhystic Study, the Boogeyman of CEDH. An opponent casts a spell, you may draw a card unless that player pays 1 mana. Everything costs 1 more if you don't want your opponent to draw any cards from your spells. Casting Imperial Seal, Joe is going to draw a card from his Mystic Remora. Does something similar. We also have a Vexing Bauble out in the field for Joe. No free magic. All right, we got our card to put on top. Hero's going to go to turn now. Play a Yavimaya. Makes everything a forest in addition to its other types, including your opponent's lands. No one else here plays green, so it's not too much of an issue. We're going to cast a Carpet of Flowers. Adds a mana of any color for each island your target opponent controls. Joe has 2 right now, so going to his second main phase, he's going to make 2 mana. We're going to move to second main. So we're going to get 2 green mana. A Tiller Engine. Whenever a land enters the battlefield tapped and under your controls, choose 1, untap that land, or tap target non-land permanent an opponent controls. An Amulet of Vigor, but also can also tap down your opponent's stuff. A little bit of a modal landfall card. So it could slow down your opponents to your speed if you keep having tapped lands coming on in. So we're going to move over to Michael's turn. So he untaps everything, draws a card. Play a Wooded Foothills and crack it. We're going to grab up a Bad Lands. 3 mana available. We still don't have our Mox Opal online. Need 2 more artifacts in order to get it online, get it ready. And then I'm going to get a cast Timna for 3 mana. Now we're going to be able to draw even more cards from swinging it out and hitting our opponents. Ragavan's going to be coming over at Joe. We rip a Tezzeret. And then a soldier is also going to come in. It's likely a Kaon. And 3 damage coming down. Make that treasure. We don't have another one, though. We're going to lose 2. Draw 2. We need that Tezzeret, hopefully. See, maybe Michael might sack the Ragavan here. We're going to sack Ragavan in order to cast Tezzy. Take 2, sacking Timna and Ragavan, making 2 treasures. We have 3 treasures out. Tap our Mox Opal and 2 treasures. We're going to cast Tezzeret. Oh no, we're going to play Burgi. Burgi instead. It's going to be a 3 mana 3-drop. 3 mana 3/3. With whenever you cast a spell, add a red mana till end of turn. You don't lose that mana as steps and phases end, and then creatures you control gain those twice. That doesn't really matter too much. We're going to sack our last treasure here and cast Dargo. Costs 2 less for every treasure or every artifact and creature we've sacked. So it's 1 red. We're going to sack Dargo. Essentially, now we have infinite red, or sorry, near infinite red. Every 1 life we spend is for the 1 red. Here we go. We have all the treasures in the world we need, equal to how much life we have. And then we have that red back. We're going to burnt offering our Dargo, sacking it, adding 7 mana to our mana pool. Can't do anything for that. Take a closer look here for my horizontal viewers. So all this deck is about going infinite with Dargo, and he has pretty much what we need. Just need some way to regain and go net neutral in the life payment. So something like Sephiroth or even a Blood Artist could help us get there. So we're going to cast that Dargo. We're going to be casting Dargo with a red every single time with Burgi, netting us all our red back here. Pay 2 black. We're going to put a Altar of Dementia. Dementia's, now that we have that infinite here, Dargo, Burgi, and Dementia, we're going to mill out our opponents. Does anyone have anything for the Altar of Dementia? Because he's going to sack it, make everyone mill for 7 each time, and then recast it for that 1 Burgi mana, as it's refunding itself in that commander tax every single time it sacks itself. Kahan tosses down everything. He doesn't have anything. Good guy Joe scoops it back up. The hero is done. And there we are. That is Michael S. winning round 2. Not but what 13 minutes into the round? That is quite quick. That is what this deck does. It's what Mardu does. It's all about that turbo as fast as possible, sacrificing things and going off. Grixis has that, but with the counter spell backup. So Kahan, it was really a race between Michael and Kahan. While Good Guy Joe was trying to control, and Hero was maybe leeching a little bit off of everyone else, trying to make sure he can get it from the back, but he could not, as he was 4th seed, so it could not. Wasn't quite in time. Oh. So, there we are. We are all set. Well, we will be right back for round 3. It's going to be the last of our Swiss rounds as we go into our top cut 10. Stay tuned. Be right back.
to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Welcome on back, everyone, to Thursday Night CEDH, Round 3. We are here with Kellen, Seat 1, Avatar, Aang, on the field, ready to start beating. Start taking names, ready to start bending all of the elements. Matt the Mysterious, right next to him on Urza, Lord High Artificer, Artifact combo, flipping for free. Getting things going. Across the table, Neil the OG, Radadravic of Urborg, Orzhov combo, Aristocrats, all of that fun stuff. We're going to start up predictions as I introduce you guys to Michael S., the winner of last round. Back in it on seat 4, Tim Nadargo. Welcome. Thank you for the follow, Hate Fury. And we are here. We are ready. And happy Pride, everyone. Had our Pride event not too long ago, actually. Had a whole bunch of people, 110 people for our Pride event. Not but last Monday. Thank you guys so much for coming in, showing up, showing y'all's pride. Meanwhile, I'm just going to real quick adjust cameras here. There we are. Matt Mysterious is keeping up a second 7 here. Michael S. is also looking to keep up a good amount of cards. Callan's finishing up mulligans as well. Looks like Neil's also finished up. Callan's going to be looking to hopefully try to find a Moon Mist in order to transform Aang for free, or at least for the 1 green it costs, in order to get that great ability of everything costs Wooburg Lest, including generic. Keeping up 7. Neil the OG. Spread out. Spread it out. Spread out them cards. Let me see exactly how much you went down to. Callan's going down to 6 right now. Ooh, Neil's actually going to pitch it to second 7. Got a little too greedy. Thinking he was getting a little too greedy with that hand. In the meantime, I'm going to remind you guys, we're a Natural 20 game store. We have a website, natural20gaming.com. Check out for all of your gaming needs. Try to see if you guys are looking for accessories for your card games themselves. We sell singles of Pokemon, Magic, Lorcana, and Riftbound. We also have a bunch of board games that we have offer for sale, and D&D books. Love all of our types of tabletop gaming, so if you guys are interested, check us out. Not just our website, but also on everything else we are on, as you guys can see, across the top and bottom of your screen, top or bottom. We are on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, as well as TikTok that we are live on at this moment. We are multi-streaming off of a whole bunch of different spaces. Play weekly tournaments, so you can check out all of our weekly content there. All right, Kellen gone down to 6. Neil, what do you got? All right, and we are all good. Neil's gone down to 7, and good luck to our players as they start it out. We do not have any Gemstone Cavern pre-games. No ley lines starting on the field, so we're going to start it out with a Flooded Strand and passing the turn to Matt the Mysterious. Mysterious Urza, of course, being the premium mono blue artifact commander here. We're going to put a soul ring. We get a whole bunch of mana and value with Grafdigger's Cage onto the field. It's going to be starting it out with some stacks pieces. Grafdigger's Cage is a 1-drop creature. Cards in graveyards and libraries cannot enter the battlefield, and players can't cast spells from graveyards or libraries. Cast just a scrub land, play a scrub land here from Neil, and then pass the turn back over to Michael. Starting town into a Mox Opal. Does not have Metalcraft here. We pass the turn over to Kellen. Kellen's going to fetch on the end step, probably grabbing up a Surveil land of some kind. A tap land. Shock. I doubt he has duels. It's a 5-color deck that he's playing. Just going to grab up a tapped Watery Grave. Don't want to pay that 2 life at this moment. Got our command tower here. Kellen's back in it. 2 mana. We're going to play out a Firebender's Ascension. Firebender's Ascension is a 2-drop enchantment that makes a 2/2 with Firebending 1 whenever a creature you control attacks. Attacking causes a triggered ability of that creature to trigger. Put a quest counter. Then if there are 4 more quest counters, you may copy that ability and choose new copy targets for the copy. Is this our Firebending, of course. We're going to Vamp Tutor in response to April O'Neil. April O'Neil, Human Element. Matt Mysterious casts for 4 mana, 2/5. Whenever a player casts an artifact, instant, or sorcery, you create a mutagen token. You can tap it and sacrifice it for 1 mana to put a counter on target creature as a sorcery. So this is going to give us a good amount of value with that Urza, as Urza is going to be able to tap those mutagen tokens for 1 mana. For 1 blue mana and net us a good amount. Just need to get Urza out here, hopefully soon. Just need 1 more blue in order to do it. Neil the OG is currently Vamp Tutoring in response to the Neil, or to the April O'Neil. Ratadrabic of Urborg. It's a very interesting commander, as whenever a legendary creature dies, you create a copy of it that is not legendary. That's a zombie. Just to its other types. This deck is built around the the Ring Tempts You ability, all about making a creature legendary and then sacking it again for Ratadrabic. Something like a Nazgul or Golem or anything like that that has an ETB, the Ring Tempts You, making that creature legendary again, the Koken legendary again for Ratadrabik, and then having a sack outlet for it for a payoff. Something akin to infinite mana, or maybe infinite mill with Altar of Dementia. Perhaps even with infinite gain drain with something that, with a third part of it, like a Blood Artist or Sephiroth. Very similar to what Michael's kind of trying to do with Dargo, as Dargo essentially costs 1 red every time. As long as he can refund that 1 red as he sacrifices Dargo, then he's going to be able to infinitely cast Dargo for a payoff. Like I said, whether it's infinite mana, or infinite mill, or infinite gain drain. Pay 2 mana for a Grim Monolith, netting us a couple of mana here. We're going to put a Phyrexian Altar. There is at least one piece of a combo. Phyrexian Altar is that infinite mana card I was talking about not too long ago. Sacrifice a creature, add 1 mana of any color. And so he's able to sacrifice something that has an ETB Tempt Ring effect with Ratadrabik out, and you got it. Then we are going to have a Voice of Victory on Michael's turn. Voice of Victory stops people from casting spells during your turn. So, makes it so that way he can go off a lot easier and start winning on his turn. Callan's going to play a land for turn. Pay 3, and we're going to put out a Katara. Katara, the Fearless. Triggered abilities of allies you control triggers. The ability triggers an additional time. So you're going to swing on in with the Firebender Soldier, getting a red mana as well as a counter onto Firebender Ascension. Active Series, of course, also going to be making some mutagen tokens with all of these artifacts being cast. He does not have his second blue mana quite yet. Kind of hungering for it. We're going to make it another mutagen here. Alright. Sacrifice a... We got a repurposing bay, so we're going to sacrifice a mutagen and get a 1-drop from our deck and putting it into the battlefield. So we're going to drive up something. We already have a Soul Ring, but maybe something else. 1-drop, Vexing Bauble, or Disrupting Flute. I don't know. That's a 2-drop. It's a 1-drop that you'd want to get right now. Probably something that gets us some mana as well. Maybe a Springleaf Drum. Could net us at least one of our blue here in order to get Urza out faster. We're going to grab a Sensei's Divining Top. Pay 1 in order to look at the top 3, put them back in any order, and then you can tap it and put it on top of your library to draw that card that you put there. Deal the OG. We're going to go to turn, untapping, drawing a card, playing a land for turn. Almost there to the point where we can start winning. There is a Nazgul. We're almost there. Nazgul is that ETB effect that we are looking for, that where the ring tempts you. For 3 mana, 1/2, with Death Touch. When it enters the battlefield, ring tempts you. Whenever the ring tempts you, put a counter onto each Wraith you control. Then a deck can have up to 9 cards named Nazgul. So it's going to ETB, put a counter on itself, as well as tempting the ring, making it legendary. So we have a legendary Nazgul here. And now he's going to be able to sack this for infinite mana next time he gets Ratadrabik out. Though Ratadrabik is a 4-cost commander, he just needs to get that one last land drop in order to win here. Michael's turn here. He has the Voice of Victory out for 3 mana. We're going to cast out Tymna. Tymna is going to be able to draw us a good bunch of cards at the post-combat main phase here. Gives us some value. Voice of Victory as well. We're going to be making up some mobilized troops. Doing Voice over at Matt. And then we're going to make some 1/1s. Michael's going to draw 2 here because he swung at Kellen and Matt here, especially with the tokens. They get sacrificed at the end step. Mox Diamond is cast. Pitching a land here. Matt the Mysterious is going to make a mutagen. And then we pass the turn over to Kellen. Kellen untaps, upkeep, draws. For 4 mana. Let's cast out Aang. It's 5 color Aang. Well, 4 color on the front side here. Avatar Aang. Flying. 4 mana, 4/4 with flying and firebend. Thank you guys for the follow, Noah Coolboy. Welcome on in. Firebending 2, flying. Whenever you water, earth, firebend, airbend, draw a card. And then if you've done all 4, transform it into Master of the Elements. Spells cost 5 less, Wooburg less, including a generic. Then at the beginning of each upkeep, you may transform Aang, Master of Elements. If you do, you gain 4 life, draw 4 cards, put 4 counters on them, and deal 4 damage to each opponent. Swing on in with Firebender here. Put a counter on Firebender's Ascension. And we're going to be moving over to Matt the Mysterious turn here soon. All right, Matt the Mysterious goes to turn. Brazen Skyrie. 2 depletion counters onto it. So this is a land he can tap and put a counter off of it to get 2 blue mana. Alright, Matt the Mysterious finally going to be able to hopefully get Urza out here soon. We're going to tap. There we are. We're going to pod the Sensei's Top here to search through and grab up a 2-drop artifact and putting it onto the field. Now, this is the point where we probably go and grab Arcane Signet, I'll be honest, in order to get Urza out. We need the mana. There it is, the Arcane Signet. Taps for blue. Welcome on in. We got, finally, Urza out onto the field. I think. Unless Matt says it's otherwise. There we go. 4 mana. Urza hits the field. Thank you for the follow over on Kick. Over on the funny little green app. Bunch of letters and numbers. We're going to tap up our 3 mutagen tokens that we have from April O'Neil and our Grafdigger's Cage for 4 mana. Grab a Unwinding Clock. Unwinding Clock is a fun little card for 4 mana. Untap all artifacts you control during each other player's untap step. So this is how we're going to be able to get a good amount of value through every single time. Repurposing Bay as well is only activated as a sorcery, so we're not going to be getting at least all of the searches here, but at least we're going to get a good amount of mana. As well as dumping it into Urza in order to get a free flip every turn. Hopefully trying to grab something worthwhile. Alright, we got an Aether Spell Bomb. A Spell Bomb is a blue, sacrifice it to return target creature to its owner's hand, and then for 1, sacrifice it to draw a card. We also are going to be trying to get Ratadravik out here, Neil says. Spinning Urza in response. Let's take a look. It is a copy artifact. We cannot cast it, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, it does have timing restrictions on it, so he's not going to be able to cast it outright. Alright, so Neil's going to be trying to win here. Got a Phyrexian Metamorph for spinning off of Urza as well. Still in a turn though, so we cannot cast those, and we do not have a Flood Caller to give us instant speed. Neil's going to start going off. So we're going to sacrifice Nazgul for a color of any mana. And then we're going to make a copy and give it the Ring Tempts You. So we're going to make infinite mana here. So now we have... He's just presenting the loop here. As a legendary creature is dying. Then we're going to make a bunch of mana in order to cast out Nazgul and make a whole bunch of infinitely large Nazguls. Rings have been tempted. Putting counters onto our creatures here. As doesn't seem like we have anything left to do. He doesn't have any infinite mana outlet quite yet. He's just going to be casting up Nazguls at this moment. He can at least untap Grim Monolith if he needs to, but that's pretty much it. Back over to Michael's turn. We got a Relic of Legends here on the field. It taps for 1 mana of any color, then you can tap a legendary creature in order to make a mana of any color. So all of his legendary creatures become dorks. Goblin Bombardment, there we are. So with Dargo and Relic of Legends and Goblin Bombardment, we have now infinite mana here, as we're going to be tapping for red, sacking 3, and casting out Dargo. In response, Matt the Mysterious. Tap for a blue, and we're going to bounce Voice of Victory back to hand so he can cast spells here. There we are, bouncing it back to hand. There we are. We're going to tap for 5 here and activate Urza, shuffling and flipping the top card to see if we can cast something that can hopefully either win on top of Michael or stop Michael in his tracks. We got a Mirage Mirror. That's going to stay in exile, unfortunately. We're going to tap another 5 artifacts, a bunch of mutagen tokens, in order to shuffle and spin once again. Let's see if he gets something worthwhile here. Michael's going to line of cuts here. Hullbreaker Horror. Furby. Nope. Unfortunately not. And at least we have gotten rid of the silence here, or the Grand Abolisher effect here, in order to hopefully try to interact. Unfortunately not, as Michael is just going to infinitely sack Dargo to Goblin Bombardment, refunding its mana and tapping it to make 1 red mana to, again, refund for that at least 1 red he needs to keep on going. And that is Michael S.'s second win on stream, as we're going to be moving on to our top cut 10, as this was the end of Swiss rounds. Good job to Michael.
Let's go, Michael!
Let's go! All right, we'll be right back again. Check us out on all of our socials, as you can see on the top and bottom of our screen. We've got Instagram. Join our Discord. Natural 20. Buy our cards. Yeah. Do all this stuff. Check out, by the way, check out Zenny.com for some premium eyeglassware and use code NATURAL20LV at checkout for 10% off. If you want some good old prescription sunglasses or even eyeglass frames for a good, cheap, yet stylish price.
Scroll down and click the panel.
Click the panel. Click it on Twitch if you are. We will be right back for more CEDH, Round 4, Swiss Top Cut 10.
time to be sure. Chaos in my mind causing deja vu. But every time it comes back to you.
Alrighty, everyone. Welcome on back to round 4. Round 4 of Thursday Night CEDH at Natural 20 Games. We got Michael S. back in it once again with Tim Nadargo, Mardu Turbo, Alex the Fiend, Brigand, Selesnya, good stuff, Justin B. Selesnya, other stuff. Brigand is a cradle deck pretty much and all about going infinite with anything that untaps Brigand without a catch. Same thing with Selvala here. And then lastly, we have Zach the Boss coming in at 10th place with Nin the Pain Artist. Some Is It good stuff. Is it a bit of a control list, extra turn list, and all that fun. We're going to be starting here with our other players here soon, as everyone's getting their mulligans finished and ready, so we can all start our top cut 10 together. In the meantime, let's start up predictions, see who gets it. You guys have 10 minutes on the clock in order to try to see who's going to win it. So put in your channel points, and good luck, at least if you're on Twitch.
Hello.
Welcome on back, Jeremy. Dude, where have you been?
I have been graphic designing and scheduling posts and events all night.
What's a funny event that's coming up here soon?
We got Avengers Academy on Monday. If you want to learn how to play Magic, or you have some friends that you want to learn Magic, or your friends maybe want to learn Magic, come on into Avengers Academy, where new players will be given a new welcome deck from the Marvel Superhero set that's coming out on Friday, and learn how to play Magic using these welcome decks. If you bring a friend, you could try out Two-Headed Giant as well, and you guys could both learn. But come in on Monday for that. Then we have pre-release weekend coming up next Friday to Sunday.
19th, 20th, and 21st for Marvel Superheroes. Set looks to be kind of interesting.
Oh, yeah.
There's a bunch of fun stuff spoiled, so if you guys see anything interesting that you enjoy, try to see if you can pull it on pre-release within your 6 packs for your pre-release kit.
Oh yeah, pack per win at pre-release, and then also on top of that, get yourself a custom Nat 20 token, of course.
Absolutely. It's going to be a fun little token. We have exclusive tokens for every pre-release, and this pre-release, you guys are going to have to see it, but at least I'll let you know. It is a treasure token.
Ooh.
One of the most used tokens in all of Magic, so try to come on by. Try to see if you guys can get yours as soon as possible. Sign on up with us. Come down to our store located off of the corner of East Sunset and Green Valley in wonderful Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh yeah.
So
Play some games.
play some games. Also, if you guys are visiting from out of town, come by. Hottest place in Vegas.
Alex down to 3.
Hmm?
Is Alex down to 3?
Hmm?
4.
Going down to 4.
Oof.
My word. Very desperate here in these times, huh?
I also cannot hear the room.
I'll fix that.
Thank you, sir.
All right. All right. All right. Good luck to our players as we start on the rounds here.
I'll take 7.
Music.
Hmm. All right. we have starting out Michael S. is going to be turboing through with a whole bunch of fun stuff here. We've got a Moxen imprinted with and casting out Skirk, as well as casting out a Vexing Bauble. Alex is starting out with a turn 1 Esper Sentinel, and Justin with a turn 1 Birds. Zach is also going to be starting with a turn 1 Dashed Ragavan. It has haste. It's going to be coming in at Alex the Fiend. We're going to be flipping and getting that Dryad Arbor off the top. We're going to just be in exile as we cannot play it.
Oh. Yeah.
Got a treasure here. Michael is going to be going to turn. We have a Bolus's Citadel into the graveyard. Oh, it looks like we're going to be getting a turn 2 Bolus's here with a Goblin Welder out.
Oh, heck yeah, dude.
Michael has been on a roll here in these games. Absolutely showing the power of Mardu Turbo.
Maybe the viewers might want to start betting on Michael for some free channel points.
Maybe. Though, if you jump the gun here, you might be stopped. All right, Bolus's Citadel. We're gonna start flipping off the top. We're gonna play 3 life for a Bergie. Magda, Brazen Outlaw. Sorry, I saw the border. Got an
Magda.
Arcane Signet. We're going to play our first land for turn. Then we're going to crack that land in order to fetch here and reshuffle our deck. This is going to be all about trying to make sure our deck stays nice and consistent. I'm surprised we didn't try to cast... Try to see if there's even more stuff here. So Bolus's Citadel, as we go through, are now reading up what Bolus's Citadel does, Alex.
It does some really cool stuff.
It has a lot of cool stuff. Bolus's Citadel, you may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may cast it by paying life instead of its mana cost. Even you may play cards as well. So we played our 1 land for turn, and we also hit another land off the top, so we have to reshuffle with that fetch land. Luckily, it was a fetch land. But we might get gassed out here as we can no longer reshuffle or re-get a new hand. All right, let's start flipping even more as we get a Hope of Giripur. We got a Pilferer, a Simian Spirit Guide for 3. Ooh, Burnt Offering. And we're going to sack our Pilferer for a mana as well as make a treasure token. And we'll get a red mana here. As the Pilferer dies. Get our dice out. There we are. Keep on flipping. Esper Sentinel. So far, so good. Sacrifice. Pretty much a Burnt Offering again. We're going to sacrifice the Simian Spirit Guide for 3 mana.
Jeez.
3 black mana here. Getting all of the mana. This is a pretty good one. And we hit a land off the top, and we're done. We're going to gamble in order to reshuffle.
Gamba.
Oh, we had it. And then we're going to continue. What are we gambling for, though, Michael? What do we got? It's a Underworld Breach. He has a 50-50 shot. He has 1 card in hand, 1 other card in hand.
Let's go gambling.
Let's go gambling. And we'll see how this goes, but oh boy.
That's breach. Did he lose it? Oh, he did lose his breach.
Yep, he did lose his Grease, but he reshuffled. We take a look, and Professional Phase Breaker we're going to cast. But now we're able to start. And Appear into the Abyss! We're going to start drawing half of our library, lose half of our life. We're going to grab up every single card and have every single free magic.
Yeah, it's a bot. Damn. 38 cards. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of cards.
All right. How many more free magic do we have, Michael? And this is not but 9 minutes into the game. Sorry, just almost 9 minutes. This is 8 minutes into the game.
Turbo.
We are turboed in here. Let's start flipping over some cards and seeing all the free magic. We got Magda Brace and Outlaw out here, so we can start sacking a whole bunch of treasures. We are down to 8 life though, so Bolas' Citadel is out of the question. So maybe we can start doing the Bolas' Citadel combo.
Bro, he could totally rip another Bolas.
He can totally do it. Yeah, he can flip over more. He doesn't have another Peer into the Abyss anything. Mox Diamond, we're going to cast and discarding a card here. There we go. Peer into the Abyss is resolved. There we are. For a red, and we're going to get a Burgie out.
There's the Burgie.
There's the Burgie for Dargo. Got a Mox Amber, casting it for free. Making a red mana with Burgie. Dark Ritual, adding 3 black. Two red for a Goblin Bombardment with Burgie and Dargo. That is it. As we sack a whole bunch of creatures. We have already sacked enough creatures for Dargo to cost essentially 0 here. And Burgie refunds that red mana, and then we sack it to Goblin Bombardment, repay that red, sack it to Goblin Bombardment, repay that red, pinging everyone down to 0 life.
Well, dang.
Yep, that's it. That is a 10-minute combo win at turn 2, Bolas' Citadel. Absolutely disgusting. Michael has been just
speed running a nickname right now.
He's speedrunner one. He has won the last 3 games in this room. My word, it is his day today. But we'll see, because our top 2 players here, he was up there for sure. But our top 2 players, which are Pablo and Gustavo, the Storm King, as he's trying to get going. And then lastly, of course, our other pod here has still got a game going, which is ROB. Anthony the Champ XL, K on the Slayer, and Kellen M trying to get his own nickname as well.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll be right back for our finals to see if Michael can get his nickname or if Gustavo can become the Storm King.
Don't go anywhere. Find out.
wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Alrighty, everyone, and welcome on back to
We're
the
back.
finals of CEDH Thursdays.
Because we're back.
Absolutely. We are back. And we got some players in here today, and someone who has got his way from the bottom. Unfortunately, wasn't in any of our
We're
tables.
back.
What are you doing? You are tired. Brother needs an energy right
I
now.
drank 2 monsters tonight.
Heck yeah. Speaking of monsters, we even got like more monsters in now, didn't we? Did we get?
No, that's just for us.
Oh, that's just for us.
That's
Either
for
way,
us.
we're going to be getting more monsters here soon.
Yes, we are, though.
Absolutely. But welcome on back, everyone. We have Pablo M. first time in the stream room here, going down to 6. Gustavo, the Blank King, gunning for the Storm King on Prismari, going down to 6 as well. Michael S., the Storm himself, the Flood, coming in
The
as he has
flood.
been flooding through the game and all of the rounds on stream, winning after win after win.
He's kind of farming.
He's farming. He's farming right now. And then lastly, of course, coming in from the bottom in seat 4, Anthony the Champ XL on Tameo.
The XL.
He is changing things up. He is going for Simic value right now. So let's start up predictions, putting your channel points on Twitch to see who's going to win. That way you can get some fun channel point stuff. We have a bunch of rewards on our channel points for Twitch here. One of which being if you have 100,000,
100,000?
you get $10 in store credit. It means you've been here, you've been predicting, you've been engaging with us, and you guys get a reward.
Heck yeah,
All right.
dude.
Everyone has gone down to 6. This might as well be the maximum hand size. Let us start the game. Good luck to our players, as Pablo's going to be going first. We have any pre-games right now? We have no pre-games. No Gemstone Caverns hitting the field, and let us see who's going to get it. Gustavo is like, is a little wonky here. Mana Confluence, turn 1. Pablo playing Atraxa Grand Unifier. Classic commander here. Gustavo's starting out with a Ancient Tomb into a Talisman of Creativity. Michael S. is then going to his turn. We're going to play a land for turn. There it is. A Polluted Delta. Fetch land here. We're going to get a Badlands with it, and then play a Soul Ring and Lotus Petal. And passing the turn. Anthony the Champ XL also plays a fetch land. We fetch for a tropical island and cast out Tameo. Now, you guys don't know what Tameo does.
Tameo. What does Tameo do?
Tameo is a 1-drop Moonfolk wizard. Flying, whenever Tameo attacks, investigate. When you draw your 3rd card in a turn, exile and return her transformed into Tameo Seasoned Scholar. +2 until in a turn, target creature attacks you. Whenever a creature attacks you or planeswalker you control, it gets -1, -0 until end of turn. -3, return an instant or sorcery from a graveyard to your hand. If it's a green card, add 1 mana of any color. -7, draw cards equal to half the number of cards in your library rounded up. You get an emblem. You have no maximum hand size.
Dang. That's a lot
Pretty
of stuff,
good.
dude.
Yep, but it's only 1 mana, and it takes a lot of love in order to flip her over. A lot of draws, a lot of learning. Pablo over here is playing Atraxa, an old school commander, Sans green or Sans red, or actually no, this is not the old school one. This is the new one. Grand Unifier is a 7 mana 7/7 with flying, vigilant, death touch, lifelink. Then when it enters the battlefield, reveal the top 10 cards in your library. For each card type, you may put a card of that type from among the revealed cards in your hand. Put the rest at the bottom of your library in a random order. This is how the battle card type got spoiled from All Will Be One. Everyone was like, what the heck is a battle, right? There's this card from this set that has no such thing as a battle in it. until the next set, March of the Machines, and that's when we got the battles.
Interesting.
It's an old school way of spoiling fun cards, especially OG way, because before Lorwyn, the original Lorwyn block, there was a card called Tarmogoyf. Tarmogoyf gets a whole bunch of power and toughness for each card type in your graveyard. And that was how they spoiled Planeswalkers. It was from Future Sight. So it had the Planeswalker listed on there, so it's its way of doing that. Path to Exile on the Ral that Gustavo just put onto the field in response to the Pyretic Ritual. So let's roll Ral here. Yep, there we go. Path to Exile. We're going to be grabbing up a land here. Going to be basically untapped. I haven't seen Path to Exile in quite a bit. People just only really run Swords to Plowshares. A lot more people are running basic lands nowadays, especially in our meta. Our meta has we have a very weird meta in our store. Very weird meta. They're powerful and they're strong, but they test out and they try weird stuff all the time. We're going to seize the spoils. Seize the spoils is a 3-mana, discard a card, draw 2, and create a treasure. One red floating from that Pyretic Ritual. We're going to cast a Ragavan and pass the turn over to Michael S. Playing here a City of Brass. Got a whole bunch of mana here. Maybe advance some board states. Pretty much all people are doing at this moment. No pop off at all. And then we're going to add Naz. Okay, never mind.
Here we go.
Ad nauseum. Let's take a look. Is it past priority? Is people okay with it? Pablo taps.
Let it rip.
No, Pablo says no.
Aww.
Swan song as Michael gets a bird. Better.
I love ad nauseas.
Yeah.
It would have been so cool.
Would have been so sick. But you know what? Pablo has to go and play to his own outs. So we are moving over to Anthony the Champ XL. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Cat Dadmar.
Cat Dadmar for the 3 months.
3 months.
Thank you so much for the 3 months of sub. Thank you for the resub.
Welcome on back. Dothy Voidwalker, as we fetch for another land here. Dothy Voidwalker. Haven't seen Dothy played in a good bit here. Dothy Voidwalker is a 2-mana 3/2 with Shadow, so it can't block or be blocked by creatures. Can only be blocked or be blocked by creatures with Shadow. If a card would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead with a void counter on it, and then tap, sack it to choose an exile card with a void counter. You may play it without paying its mana cost. So you steal some cards. Gustavo's going to be swinging Ragavan here. Anthony the Champ flips over a Mana Vault off of Gustavo's Ragavan attack, getting a treasure. And are we going to be playing it? We are going to be playing it.
Yoink.
Might as well. Free mana. Play out a land for turn. We're going to be able to cast our Storm Commander Prismari. No, we do not cast Prismari. Prismari is a 7-mana 7-drop, so he does have enough. I'm surprised he didn't. Probably just waiting to hopefully get another card in hand in order to start storming off correctly. Michael has a Mox Amber out onto the field. We're going to get a Tymna with a colorless floating. Then 3 more mana. A Warren Soul Trader. Soul Trader is a 3 mana 3/3. Pay 1 life, sacrifice another creature, create a treasure token. We're going to swing in with this bird here in order to draw some cards from Tymna. As we pay 1, draw 1. And Anthony's going to fetch at the end step here. We're going to go get our Surveil land. There we are. We have a Surveil. Now, anything that Anthony's going to surveil here is going to be put into the Dothy pile. We're going to keep it on top, it seems. All right, Anthony goes to turn here. We draw our card for turn, playing out a Flooded Strand, a fetch land. And we're going to swing over with Tamiyo, making another clue. We have 2 clues now. And we just pass the turn. Don't want to try to draw any more from Tamiyo either. We don't have any cards in graveyards that we want to grab up, or ways to protect Tamiyo's Planeswalker side. Dothy still going to be a 2/2, even if it attacks Tamiyo. Pablo has 3 mana available. Bajuka Bog. We're going to exile all of Michael's graveyard.
That's so mean.
We are playing Bajuka Bog and CEDH. All right. We bogging it.
The breach line counter.
The breach line counter. Two mana, we're going to detutor, Demonic Tutor, grabbing up a card from our deck, putting into our hand, and shuffling just for 2 mana. Nice and easy. Pablo's not winning here. Gustavo has a good run up to win in the moment, as he's going to cast out Prismari and probably cast out like a Storm Count one, like Faithless Looting, or something that makes mana, like a mana, not a Manamorphose, some type of Ritual. Alright, there's a Mystic Remora out onto the field, and Pablo is probably just going to pass here. Gustavo goes to turn. Mystic Remora, draw a card from every non-creature spell cast from your opponent, unless they pay 4. We're going to swing on over at Pablo and get a Kutzel off the top. Kutzel, 3 mana, grant abolisher effect. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. Whenever one or more creatures you control, each with power greater than its base power, deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. Anthony is threatening to counter up a Prismari here. What about the Kutzel? Does Gustavo want to cast this here? Gustavo's just getting fire off of everyone's top deck here. Mana Vault into Kutzel into no lands. We're going to deny the cast of Kutzel. I keep some mana up. Got a whole bunch of treasures. We're in our second main phase. Still have nothing that we want to rip when it comes down to trying to cast Prismari. Though Prismari is a 7-drop commander here, it's a very hard thing to cast, so a lot of people are willing to counter it if it means it makes it into a 9, maybe even an 11-drop later on. Michael goes to turn. Gustavo passes. Michael's very close and to be able to win here, given he has a sack outlet, a way of refunding Dargo. He just needs a payoff. We're going to do 3 over at Gus, 2 over Pablo, and 2 over at Anthony. He's going to lose 1. He's going to net loss of 1 life here as he draws 3 cards off of these attacks. For 1 red, we're going to gamble. Search your card for search our library for a card. Put it.
Card for a library.
Yep.
I'll feel it, bro. Me too.
Put it into our hand, and then we discard a card at random. Also, fish on the field. Pablo's going to be drawing some cards here, hopefully. Pablo gets that draw here. And we're going to start searching. Michael's probably searching up for some type of combo piece, some type of Alter, Bergie, or maybe that sort of the piece that we're needing, being a Blood Artist effect, Gain Drain of some kind. All right, 6. Roll a d6 here. 1 on the left, 6 on the right, and we got a 1. Let's flip it over. It's a Dark Ritual. Looks like we don't needed it. Yeah, seems like we can probably start popping off. What are you grabbing up, Mike? What are we casting? Wait, Wooded Foothills land for turn. We're going to crack. We're going to search for. We're going to also fetch in response with Anthony the Champ. Talking in a Blood Crypt. Now, we've talked about Dargo, and so we've had it on stream sometimes. Dargo here is an additional cost to cast a spell. You may sacrifice any number of artifacts and your creatures, cost 2 less, as well as it costs 2 less for each other artifact and creature you sacrificed in that turn. We got a Voice of Victory onto the field. So we are now going to be able to start doing stuff without problems. Anthony might have a counter. Michael, I think, is trying to win here.
Anthony uses his counter. Gus is going to slam Prismari, probably.
Most likely. So, yep, Force of Will. That still goes in the Dothy pile, too, so we have a double counter here. So, Voice of Victory is countered by a Force of Will. Then we're going to grab up a Tezzeret, Cruel Captain. Zero, untap an artifact or creature. -3, search for a 1 or 0 drop artifact. -7, beginning of combat, put 3 counters on to an artifact you control. It becomes a 0/0 robot. Then whenever an artifact enters, put a loyalty counter onto Tezzeret. So we're going to -3 here, going down to 1. Searching up for a 1 or 0 drop. Get a closer look here at Michael's board state. He has everything he needs. The problem is that Dothy Voidwalker. Dothy Voidwalker does say instead, so it does stop creatures from the die triggers of creatures. Dying is very specifically whenever a creature goes from the field to the graveyard. Dothy Voidwalker makes it so that way things go from the field to the exile, and that is not considered dying. Sorry for my TikTok people unaliving.
Uh,
And we're going to cast Vexing Bauble. It's on the stack here. If he passes priority, Pablo, is that alright? Oh. Everyone's alright with it. Put a counter on to Tezzeret. It is out and about. We're going to hardcast a Valley Flood Caller on the end step. It's a flash mana, 3 mana, 2/2. You may cast non-creature spells as though they had flash. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, untap birds, frogs, otters, and rats, and they get +1/+1 until end of turn. Move to combat. I'm going to swing with Tameo here. Putting another clue. Just racking up our clues. And then passing the turn over to Pablo. Pablo untaps. 4 mana available. He has a fish, though. He needs to pay for it. He has paid for it. Need a counter on that fish, though. Play out a land for turn. Crack and shock in a Godless Shrine, and then play an Esper Sentinel. This vessel is a 1 mana 1/1. Whenever an opponent casts their first non-creature spell each turn, draw a card unless the player pays X, where X is its power. Just trying to accrue some value here. We are in the colors of Blue Farm. Or, sorry, I guess, Timnothras Blue Farm. We're still in the colors of essentially Blue Farm here. And we pass the turn back over to Gus. Got a Force of Will in exile by Dothy, but Dothy, I don't think Pablo wants to be sacking that Dothy anytime soon. So I think Gustavo might actually be able to pop off here a little bit, but he has a Breach deck. Oh, ripping a Demonic Tutor off the top of Michael's deck. Absolutely disgusting.
Oh my goodness.
If he's able to honestly cast out, I think right now you just cast out Prismari and be able to pop off. It is instant sorcery spells you cast have Storm. I'll show you guys. 7 mana, 7/7 fly, ward, pay 5 life. Use the inspiration as he inspires you to have Storm on your instants and sorceries. Oh, that Demonic Tutor is not in his Dothy pile. He has 2 separate piles for his Dothy stuff. I'm gonna real quick go fix that. Oh no, he's casting it. Never mind. And then it goes into Dothy. He's good. Gustavo did cast it. I don't know. I would have cast Prismari and then cast it. He had enough mana to.
Let it rip, dude.
I'm going to cast out Prismari. An uncounterable Prismari. For that 7 mana. And we have 3 mana available. Let's take a closer look here. Gosh dang, Gustavo, you need to... He's playing that slips and slides all around right now. Strike it rich. Storm count is 4. Or sorry, no. This will be the 3rd. Storm storm count is 2 plus the original. Everyone okay with this? Rich is basically turned into a ritual at this point. Into the Flood Maw, paying 5 life to target Prismari, putting Prismari back into Gus's hand.
Oof.
Making him have to wait a turn cycle, and because of that, he's going to be having to wade through a couple of people who, given that turn cycle, are going to be drawing some cards and getting some answers for him in case he tries it again. And we're going to Force of Will. All right, Force of Will. Striker Rich makes 3 treasures. We have 4 treasures and 1 Steam vents available. I've refunded a good bit of mana here from that cast. Striker Rich Force of Will got exiled all here underneath Dothy. Hold on.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they did something wrong. Sean's running to the room. Says I have the win.
There we go. Just making sure that their Dothy piles have counters onto them. That is how you keep track of Dothy piles. It's with a counter. Because it
Okay,
exiles
what's
them with a
the
void
go,
counter on it. We're now 30 minutes into the game here. Also have Ranger Captain of Eos is cast by Michael. Going to be searching here for a 1-drop creature. And then he can sack it to silence and silence a player. Is everyone okay with this? As I pass priority? It's all good. Oh, thank you for the follow. Enma Gaming. Chuh. Welcome on in. Everyone's searching here. Got a Hope of Giriper. Hope of Giriper is a 1-drop 1/1 artifact creature, Thopter, with flying, and sacrifice it until your next turn. Target player who is dealt combat damage by Hope of Giriper can't cast non-creature spells. A little bit of a silence effect for a whole turn cycle. Moving to combat first. Bird over at Gustavo. Timna over at Pablo. And last. No, and Soul Trader comment over at Pablo. Before blockers, though, we're going to flash in the One Ring.
Ooh.
With Valley Flood Caller's flash ability. He's going to give himself protection, as well as draw some cards. Passing priority right now, trying to see if this is good. And it is all right, what it seems like. We're going to draw one card here. Pablo takes 5. And there's the Hope of Girapur. Putting another counter on Tezzeret. And we're going to untap the 2/2. Yep, going to be untapping an artifact or a creature here. If it's both, it gets a counter onto it. But we're going to just untap the 2/2 bird, keeping up a flying blocker, most likely from like Prismari or something. Getting swung at and hit for 7's not a fun feeling. On the end step, Anthony's going to draw a card from the Wondering, passing priority round. Currently, storm count is 3. Storm count's 3 right now. And we're going to cast a Prismari Charm. Prismari Charm's a 2-drop instant. Choose one. Surveil to draw a card. Deal 1 damage to each of up to 2 targets. And then return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. So we're going to Surveil 2, draw a card 4 times here, as storm count is 3 plus the original. So we're going to Surveil, look at 8 cards. Do we want any of those? All these Surveils will be going into Gothy. We're going to put a Felwar Stone and then drawing a card. 3 more copies, Surveil 2. We're going to Surveil a Ponder into the yard, into the exile, and draw a card. A Chrome Mox, and then draw a card. Surveil the next 2. And this is the last one. We're going to keep both of these on top as we draw the last one here. Put one on top here, keeping both of them on top and drawing. Then end step, passing priority, moving back over to Anthony the Champ's turn. Moving to combat, Tamia is going to swing on in, creating another clue. And we're going to draw 2 cards with the One Ring. We're going to flip Tamio. Tamio is now online and able to start giving us some value with Planeswalker abilities. not a May either, so he has to flip it over. And we pass the turn. Not paying for fish as we sacrifice it and draw a card for turn. Main phase 1. Pablo plays a Gaia's Cradle. Taps for green for each creature. Finally, some Gaia's Cradles.
I'm seeing guys all night.
One mana will play a Carpet Flower, Storm count 1. Gustavo's counting. No matter what, Storm count always matters, especially with Gustavo at the table. Moving to combat. Moving past combat, we're in a main phase trigger here, targeting someone to gain amount of mana of one color, equal to how many forests or islands they have. Oh my word. Probably targeting Gus here as he has 2 islands compared. Nope, actually, Anthony the Champ has 3 islands here. Snow covered, Hedge Maze, and Trop. Checking out Vexing Bauble. No 0 drops. Free magic is not allowed in here. Three green and a black for 1 ring. Copying what Anthony had. Getting protection as we cast it. Storm count is 2. Kind of in the volatile spot of CEDH where people are now going to be trying to win. Gunning for wins as they have pretty much their board set up, especially Anthony Champ with that Valley Flood Caller can be popping off at any time. Good amount of mana, good amount of artifacts to sacrifice and use. Gustavo, same thing, as it is a Spellslinger deck. Instant sorceries have Storm, mostly instants. CEDH is an instant speed monster of the game. Michael also has the ability at any point, if he wants, to go get a Blood Artist. Whereas he hasn't gotten one already. Or to start Warren Soul trading. Food Chain hits the field. Exile and creature you control. Add mana +1 of any one color to your mana pool. You can only spend that mana on creatures. Storm counts 3. Pablo might be trying to win here, especially with that food chain out. He's going to be... Pablo says he's going to just be passing a food chain and passing, nothing else. We're going to cash Banishing Knack with Storm. Banishing Knack, 1 drop instant until end of turn. Target creature gets tapped. Return a non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Why would... Alright, Gus is targeting a Valley Floodcaller. This is a combo with Valley Floodcaller. Though he does only have a Chrome Mox out, which does require you imprint for you to gain a mana from it. So this is going to be able to bounce that wooded food chain. So right now, Michael and Anthony are currently in a bout of politicking, trying to see what they bounce here. Gustavo's saying at least try to bounce the food chain and get it out of here. This is all in response to the food chain. There's 4 copies of Banishing Knack that we spread around. Alright, Banishing Knack is resolved. Dothy also, it's underneath Dothy here. Make sure I get the other cards underneath Dothy here as well. just sneaking on in, trying to make sure everything's accurate here. Going to Michael. We're going to bounce Prismari here, paying 5 life for that ward cost. In response, we're going to sack our treasure here. And Mystical Tutor 5 times. This is a guarantee that he's always at least going to get one thing here. We're going to cast a Veil of Summer to draw a card, as well as things are uncounterable. I think Anthony might be actually trying to win here.
One runs out of the room to save the day.
Champ pretty much wins here, as he has Veil of Summered, and now everything is silenced, and now he has a Mox Opal on the field that he can infinitely bounce back to his hand.
Maybe he doesn't see
With
it.
Valley Flood Color.
Maybe he doesn't see it.
Tap Valley Flood Color, return Mox Opal. He doesn't, I don't think Gustavo saw it. Trigger on Valley Flood Collar. Anthony, the champ now has infinite mana. Is uncounterable as well because of Veil of Summer. Yep, no one realized that he Mox Opal, or someone would give me an infinite bounce outlet for free. Ooh, yep. Unfortunately, Gustavo did not see it, as he was hyper-focused on hopefully trying to get rid and control Pablo. He could not see that he just did just gave him an infinite valley. Oh. Vexing Bobble as well. Stops the countering from Vexing Bobble. Ugh. Yep. Saw that coming from a mile away. As soon as I saw that Banishing Knack and I saw him point at Valid Flood Caller, it was just like, wait a minute. That doesn't seem right. Wait, that's supposed to be what? That's what I'm supposed to be doing. There we go. Untapped Valley. Infinitely big, infinite mana. The only thing that's stopping him right now is the sacking of Ranger Captain. So, at least we have something. Then we're going to bounce Food Chain here with the resolution of the Mox Open untap. So at least Michael had a way of being like, whoa, hold on, I just remembered. So Gus is just going to search for one thing, put it on top, and guarantee that the one thing is on top. Pretty much fail to find 4 times, and then he's like, all right, cool. Here's the actual card that I want to get. They forgot Anthony has Infinite on board. They just gave him the other card. It's like just giving someone the Thoracle after they cast a Demonic Consultation.
Oh, why, thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Oh. You would be able to draw 4 cards here as well. Here you go. Here you go. You can have this. I felt bad. Alright, Prismari is back in hand here. Everyone is silenced. Non-creature spells. Pablo goes down to clean up. Discards a couple lands. Passes over to Gus. Untap. Upkeep. Draw. Gus loses a life. There we go. Ragman swings. Swinging in over at Anthony. If he's thinking about untapping the Valley Flood Color and blocking, denies Gustavo a treasure here. He can recast his commander uncounterable, but he'll have 1 mana to play around with. Maybe even more. Anthony takes 1. We flip over a land. As we play out a Prismari once again. With a treasure floating. Passing priority, everyone's good with it. It's uncounterable because of that Cavern of Souls. Michael goes to turn. Moving to combat. Can't hit Pablo, though. Can swing at anyone else if need be. Can't really hit Gus here either with a 7/7 flyer. Bringing Hope over at Anthony. So it'll become a 0, though. Oh, there we are. Swinging over at 2/2 at Anthony instead. Becomes a 1/2. And then also... And then Soul Trader over at Tamio as well. Three, 2, and a 2/2 here coming over. Tamio will take it. Anthony takes 1. Pay 1 and draw a card from Timna. Michael just needs his outlet here. Play an LED.
And it's dead. Ha! He's like, oh, it's dead.
Yeah, LED is countered by Vexing Bubble. It is symmetrical. I had to make sure. Storm count 1. When it enters, so yeah, it goes down here. Tezzeret does not get a counter. Zero ability, untap the bird. Sacking our artifact. We're going to cast out Dargo. This is going to be an near infinite mana. It's going to be at least 23 mana we can make, especially with Ord Soul Trader. Needs an outlet here, but does people have any counter spells? Ways to stop them? We're going to crack a clue first. Draw some answers. We're going to crack another clue here, drawing another card. And we're going to go to turn. Just a Dargo. We're going to draw 3 cards. Dargo's just a big old 7/7 that we can swing on out, hopefully at Gustavo in order to draw some cards from Timna, as well as have our start of our combo on the field already to start sacking for a near infinite mana. And it's going to plus. Pablo is chilling with this Dothy here. Gustavo is beating himself up without this Vanishing Knack probably already in his head in the late night, so I mean that's the test of a tournament is how far can you go, how long can you go while still being the best.
It's 1:30 in the morning, man.
It's 1:30. And Michael S, of course, slowly trying to get there. It just needs his outlet so bad, a payoff so bad to this infinite sacking. Discarding down to hand size here, pretty much. Eternal Witness, Spellseeker, Rhystic Study. Interesting. Passing the turn back over to Pablo. Have upkeep. Lose a life, draw. Added 3 blue in our main phase. Putting an Ancient Tomb on the field. Tap, draw 2. Play out an Absence Pilgrim. Taps for a white mana. We'll have 3 blue here floating. If Gus has a lot of mana available with his Prismari out, he could try to win here. Kind of like the main worry that Anthony is posing. And Pablo's probably looking to try to win now. Since he's not going to be able to stop other people, so he might as well go for it himself.
It's Cat Dead Mar.
Oh. Welcome back. Welcome, dude.
Welcome. 1:30 a.m. CEDH.
Yay. Pay 2. Psych Rift Vexing Bauble. We want to have some free magic, please. Not overloaded, just getting rid of a 1 problem card. Michael looking to crack it in response. So it still has timing restrictions here on the Dothy. Anthony really wants to get rid of this Dothy specifically. Alright, cracking the Vexing Bauble in response to draw a card. In response to the Psych Rift here. So, back over to Pablo. We take a closer look to see how he is going to win the game. For my horizontal viewers. We're not going to crack the Dothy quite yet. Tap guys, Cradle for 3. green mana. We're going to sack it and steal the Voice of Victory in order to get that free Grand Abolisher effect to pop off.
Is this it?
Pablo the Newcomer coming in and sweeping? We're going to cast, in response to the Voice of Victory, casting Gush. By returning 2 islands in order to draw a couple of cards here. We're going to draw a whole bunch of cards with that Storm Count with Prismari. Because we're going to draw 8 cards. Storm Count's now 5 here after Gush resolves. All right, 2 cards 4 times. Last one here. Drawing 2 at a time. Voice of Victory. What did he cast? Mindbreak Trap. A lot of copies. 5 copies of Mindbreak Trap on that Voice of Victory. Mindbreak Trap here. And then Demonic Consultation. Passing on Demonic. And then Swan Song. Be 6 copies here. Now Storm Count 7. All 7 is going to be targeting Demonic Consultation. It gets countered. The other one's fizzle. It gets the 1/2/2. Launch Mind Breaks on Voice of Victory. Letting that resolve, Voice of Victory gets exiled. Now Pablo has to try to win without a silence effect on his turn. There's that food chain once again. Then casting a dramatic reversal in response. And in response, stern scolding. Counter target thing with mana value, power, or toughness, 2 or less. Oh, whoops. Force a negation. Gosh, dang. Gustavo, please play in the middle of your place. Middle of your... I cannot see it. Mental misstep. What? Interesting. Blue, colors. Then wash away. Interesting. Wash away. Cleave. Counter target spell that wasn't cast from its owner's hand. You have cleaved it though. Traction Helix. And now Anthony's gonna win on top of everything. Valley Floodcaller is gonna be able to bounce that Mox infinitely, and then we're going to draw infinite from the One Ring. And Pablo doesn't have anything for it. Pass priority. Valley Floodcaller infinitely bounces Mox Opal back to hand. We recast it, and then we're going to draw our entire library. We're going to draw one at a time here, though. Then we're going to try to find Radstorm and Prolong to Phyresis here. So, Prolong to Phyresis, we're going to give everyone a counter. Heck? Where the heck? Where the heck? Oh, my word. There we go. Prolong to Phyresis. It's going to get cast, and then Rad Storm to proliferate everything. And get everyone a poison counter. All 10 poison counters makes everyone lose the game, and that is 4th seat. Anthony the Champ XL winning the game on top of everyone through counter magic, through everything. That's where it's at. No nicknames tonight.
Dang.
I know, Michael tried. Michael was digging, but could not dig far enough. Didn't have enough card draw in order to get there. Nor enough turbo. Pablo was also trying to get there, but didn't have enough of the counter spells to back it up. And same thing with Gustavo. He just bricked as he drew. Very unlucky. And Anthony just happened to have exactly what is needed in that time. Good job to Anthony XL. And thank you guys so much for watching Natural 20s Thursday Night CEDH.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be
tomorrow.
Right back with Pokemon
Woo!
TCG tournament. So come right back here at 7 PST for some Pokemon fun. Don't forget to check out our website, natural20gaming.com, for all of your gaming, all your tabletop needs, accessories, singles, board games, and Dungeons and Dragons.
And
Dice, and all the fun stuff. At the same time, don't forget to check out our partner, Zenny
Oh!
for some stylish sunglasses and eyewear at a nice budget price. Still looks just as good. Use Natural20LV at checkout for 10% off of your purchase. Helps out the show. After that, check out our Discord. Check out our socials, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and we will see you guys next week for more CEDH and Pokemon.
Next week.